Okay. All right, here I am. This is the second attempt at making a live stream for the version 1.1 alpha of Mount&Blade, the 1866 Reloaded mod. And yeah, this is my second attempt because on Saturday I did the first attempt and I wound up playing 4 hours without. I thought I was streaming, and I looked at my OBS and I looked at my browser on my second screen, and they all showed the stream live and running. So I thought it was live, and then it turned out afterwards that OBS wasn't actually connected or synced with YouTube Studio. So I streamed to nobody. And I was talking to myself the whole time. But that's fine. I actually wound up finding a lot of bugs, a lot of things that need to be fixed before I release the 1.1b, 1.1 beta. And I'll be doing some of that now. I did a little bit of it yesterday. I fixed some things, and then just now I've been doing some more. But there are a few more things that need doing, and so I will get those done here. And if anyone wants to watch or follow along, they're welcome to. So let me look at my checklist here of things to do. When I'm ready, I will switch the screen to my monitor. So let's see. I did find some things that I thought I should add, some quality of life changes. One of them is, one problem was that Red Redemption music was cutting out abruptly, so I need to check that. And then the hunting script, I thought I had fixed it, but it's spamming messages again, so I have to dig in and figure out why that's happening. And then while I was playtesting, I found out it's really annoying to capture lords, and then if their faction is eliminated, then they get stuck in your party until they manage to escape. But in this update, I actually lowered the chances of lords escaping from, I think it was like 30% every check, to something like, I think it's 1%. No, that's not right. I think it used to be like either 50% or something like that, and now it's maybe 30%. Either way, I lowered it, so it's even more annoying now. So I want to add an option that will let you, when you talk to them in the party dialogue or party screen, when you talk to them, I want to add a dialogue that will release them. And then another thing I need to change is the looter gang parties that spawn when you take on the job to defeat the looter gangs. That's extremely annoying, always has been, but yeah, so I want to change that from spawning a whole bunch of groups of them to just 2 or 3 and making the groups bigger so that they can't just run off. So I'm going to try and do that. And then there's some changes that I already fixed that I need to test. So I need to make sure that when you do the quest, you get the right item. I need to make sure that when you complete a generic quest, it doesn't advance the story quest incorrectly. Let's see. That's about it. So probably the biggest problem I have right now is the hunting script. And that one is a pain in the butt to change. So I'll go ahead and change the view here to the desktop so you can see what I'm seeing. Welcome to my world. So let's look at that hunting script. I think it's called Buffalo. No? Okay. Where... I know I wrote it down somewhere. Well, let's just try hunting. Okay, let's try that. It's in a menu. Okay, so the menu doesn't call that. You know what? Let's just run the game. And then let's just look at some text that pops up on the menu, and then we'll do a search for the text that pops up. I should put the music on too. So one thing that I changed with the update is I allowed there to be 2 separate soundtracks. One will be the full soundtrack, which will have copyrighted music. And then I made another version that should not have any copyrighted music, or at least any that would get you dinged for stuff from live streaming. So I made a live streaming friendly one, and that's what's currently loaded. So like the main menu music, you're only going to hear one song repeat on a loop, because the other ones in the full soundtrack, they're copyrighted. So let's do a cheat here to see stuff on the world, parties, and let's hunt one of these guys. Okay, you encounter a herd of great buffalo. Alright, so let's close that up. And let's look for that. Okay, so we've got 2 here. Now let's look for it in the decompiled module file. Because this is more human readable. So let's see, we're looking for the script that's giving errors. Oh, actually I screenshotted the error messages, and I think they include the name of the script. So let me check that on my phone here. I should have done that from the beginning. So it's mission template, buffalo hunting. All right, let's go to that mission template then. Okay. And oh, it's just the template itself? No, it's a script. Yeah. Opcode 1710. Invalid agent ID. So opcode 1710. 1710, 1702. 1710 and 1702. Let's do a search for 1710. Okay, here's a couple hits. So there's about 7 areas where, there's about 7 areas where the script could be, a script could be getting messed up. Now, I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Agent get position, okay? From what I remember, the error when I was fixing it initially, it's because it winds up iterating through the whole herd of buffalo, or, all the agents in that team. And it winds up over-iterating over nothing, or something like that. So let's see, what is that called? Get position. So let's look at that in the more human readable. Leading buffalo, okay. So these are triggers, by the way. Each of these triggers is like, most of them are run either one time or they run on a timer. And this is the timer condition block. So we've got a few places where where the opcode is as the same erroneous opcode is showing up. How do. Let's look at the first one. So here is the top. Okay, this is the first one. And let me look at the error again. Or actually, let me, let's do one more test of it. Oh, I didn't mean to select one. Oh, wheel. Oh, look at that. There's a deer herd right there. Let's make a save. The unfortunate thing about editing mission templates is that to reflect the changes, like mission templates, they get baked into the save. So to reflect changes, you have to make a whole new save game. It makes testing extremely tedious. So there are no error messages right now. It could be that first time that I fixed it, it actually did work, and the error messages are now coming up from extra troops in your party, because that is one thing that changed about the hunting script. You can now bring in your entire party with you. So let's test that theory. Let's hire a bunch of guys from all over the frontier. Oh yeah, here you can see some of the new changes. So it used to be that there were 2 prostitute troops they looked exactly the same and they had the same everything. I wound up splitting them. One of them only spawns near saloons and the others spawn in the rest of the town. So the ones that spawn in the rest of the town will be regular prostitutes, and the ones that spawn in the around saloons will be courtesans, or courtesans, however you pronounce that, which are basically like higher end prostitutes. So they'll look like this, be dressed in rich clothes, and when you talk to them, this is old dialogue from the original mod. But now, instead of immediately you giving money and then it behind the scenes raising your party's morale. Now, when you talk to a courtesan, you won't actually be able to do anything. You'll have to go to the barkeep here. And here you have the choice to hire them, some dialogue. And then if you accept, then you'll get $6 for 6 morale, so it's a $1 per morale charge. And then you will be transported. If you do it just for yourself, you'll be transported to, or actually no, both of them. You will be transported to a new scene that I edited rather, that will have one of 4 unique NPCs, named prostitutes basically, with different dialogue, but really not that much. I didn't put a whole lot of effort into the differences there. I thought of individualizing them even more, and perhaps even giving you a chance to, with one of them, like building some kind of relationship over time somehow, if you have enough charisma or something, so that you could maybe hire them or offer them to ride with you as a companion, and they leave their prostitution. But that's just, would have to write backstory and all that extra dialogue, and I didn't want to do that. So anyway, let's get back to work here. How much money do I have? $88. Let's give myself some more. Okay. And let's go to another place, just teleport there. And let me show you one of the regular prostitutes, but let's first increase our stats because this is painfully slow with 0 athletics. So that's a normal lady. Oh yeah, here's one of the other changes. So this is Cottonwood. Some changes I did here is the edges of the map. Well, some of them I raised the lip of the edge so that you can't see some of the floating 3D objects that are outside of the scene area. And then I added this church and some stuff. I actually had added a lot more. I still have the file, I think, unless maybe I deleted it, but I had a lot more before that I changed on the scene to make it look even nicer, but I found that you would just walk around a bit and it would crash pretty frequently, so I decided to just do the minimum amount of changes possible, and with the church there. And each scene, each town that didn't have a church before, it has one now. And maybe I'll show them to you if I go to them. But here's a regular prostitute. Talk to them, and you can hire them to join you as a troupe. So we can do that. And then in the menu here, you can talk to them. So you can look at their skills like every other troupe, or you can ask for either them to work for you or for your entire party. And the way it works is the more prostitutes you have in your prostitute troops in your party, the cheaper it is to raise the morale of your whole party. And you get a better deal too if you use a prostitute on yourself. You get like, I think it's something like $5 for 6 morale, so very slightly cheaper than going to a courtesan. But I don't need to do that right now. And the scenes are not explicit or anything like that. Right, so I need more troops. Oh wait, that was Jill, so that's another thing I changed. Blaze Alexander's mod changed her clothing to a nun's habit, and I changed it to a cowboy shirt. Yep, that's about it. Oh, actually I changed some of her dialogue too. So I restored some of her cussing, strong language, I had changed it before to kind of be less, well, to us, what we would consider less, but back then, like kind of Yosemite Sam type of swearing, but because that's actually more historically accurate. But I actually found out recently that they did use some of the strong language that we use, like the F word and S word and stuff. They just didn't use it in the same, with as much variety, you could say, as we do. You know, like, that guy's a flippin' craphead, you know what I mean? They wouldn't say it like that. It'd be more like, if you're talking about literally raping somebody, then they'd use the F word, that type of thing. So I brought the F word back, but within that kind of context. So it's pretty rare. What's my party at now? 18? Well, we can try and do a hunt. I guess on the way there I'll show you another change. So I gave towns and villages, castles, and battlefields ambient noise in the background. The only unique one is toll. So I'll just give you a little preview of that. And I was considering changing something in toll here, because normally you can walk in here and then just tab out whenever you want. So like if you get swarmed by, let's say, enemies, you can just tab out and quit. And well, I felt that's kind of cheaty, considering that there is a valuable thing in here. So I thought maybe editing the template so that you can't tab out. And I think I will do that. But go ahead and listen to the ambient background noise if possible. Alright, that's enough. So Toll has its own background noise, and then I'll go to Kutu here, and you can listen to the updated background noise for towns, the ambience. So I don't know if you can hear it, but there's like a sound of, summer insects or desert insects. And then at night you'll hear a different sound. So villages and towns they also have more randomized sounds. I'm seeing an error here on the live stream. Let me go ahead and save this, and then let me tab out here for a second. Okay. So it's just saying that the connection is poor. I don't know why. Well, as long as the feed is still going. So let me get back to the game here. Where is it? Here. Okay. Let's get some more people in our party. Where are the troops? Oh, I was already here, that's why. Guess there's nobody here to hire. Nobody here either. Must have already been there, as I've been hopping around. Okay. Let's try that. So let's find something to hunt. Here we go. See that? There's no spam. No error messages. Man, that is what's so bizarre. Because on Saturday I started a brand new game. And I went hunting with a group. And then a whole bunch of messages started spamming like in the original mount&blade. Actually, you know what? In the original one as well, it wouldn't always spam messages. So maybe it's if you have a party that's a certain size. So I need more troops. When I did that in my game, I think I had like a party of possibly 60. So that's quite a few troops I still need to acquire. Any troops here? Save. See, I think I chose American. I don't know if I can actually recruit troops though. That'd be... Oh yeah, alright. That'll speed things up. I think I hit pretty much everywhere. I don't know, can you recruit at towns? Nope. What's my party at now? 83? Oh yeah. Should be enough. So let's go find another hunting party here. Look at that, no spam. Boy, that's wild. When I was doing the the failed live stream, I was getting all sorts of bugs and problems that hadn't occurred before. It's so wild. That's what sucks about testing mount&blade. The stuff that gets baked into saves, like, you can't really be sure about it. So, kind of left questioning, well, when do I, to test something, some new change, do I have to make a new save game or no? And it's really hard to tell. Is that floating? That's floating. Let's change that. I think I'll just raise the lip here. Or no, the terrain under it. Let's do that. Although I don't have the game in windowed mode, so it's going to be hard to see where the cursor is. See if I can get over here without crashing the game. Did I raise it? No. Okay. It's outside. So I just have to raise it from here. That's a bit too much. I'll smoothen it when I've raised the edge all around. Alright, I think that should be enough. Let's see, from down here. Oh yeah, that's a bit high actually. I don't want to obscure the canyon thing there. I just want to block view of the floating bottom there. This is strangely satisfying to do. It's like, gives me like a weird satisfaction to watch the terrain shift around like that. Okay, so from this view here, like, this is like the normal camera, right? So yeah, that's plenty. If you can come up all the way here up the lip, then you'll see it, but oh well. I assume there's more floating things over there, but there's just so many scenes that have floating objects like that. I can't get them all. Let's just do some more hunting. Look at those trees there. Oh boy. Another change while I'm doing this is, actually I don't have to keep doing that, is the music. So what because I found a decompiler, I found how to set the tags for music, the situations that they'll play in. And so now they should continue playing through most of the map, travel, entering towns and stuff. and they won't be skipping through all sorts of different ones as soon as you enter a new situation, like they were before. That was really annoying. Always super annoying. And, oh, excuse me. Some of the more notable ones, like this Red Dead Redemption one, I like a lot. These songs or pieces, they'll even keep playing outside of battle, and instead the more generic battle music will switch when you enter a new situation. Like if I were to go over here, most battle music will switch, so probably will switch. And I'm just noticing the frame dumped, so let's save and quit. Come back. Not skip the music because I forgot. Oh, you can listen to the ambient night background sound. Let's go to a town. So it's much more, well, ambient. I don't know what the word is, but yeah, I like the night ambient sound a lot. One of my most favorite sound effects that I've made, I guess, or that I've put together. So that's that, and yeah, I don't know, the hunting script seems fine. Maybe it's with deer. Let's see if we can find deer to hunt. Seems fine there. And you can hear that ambient sound even on battlefields like this. Because, I don't know if you remember, but in the normal game, there is no ambient sound whatsoever. There's nothing, it's just like... So, I thought I would just add some ambient noise. And maybe in a future update, if I feel like it, or if someone else wants to, since I know where in the mission template, I added a new trigger in each mission template to play a sound according to whether it's day or night. Well, with that, you have room to use logic like what the faction is, or rather what the culture is, what the current scene is. So you could theoretically, no, you could for sure make ambient sounds for everywhere. So you could have a unique sound for Cottonwood, a unique one for El Rio, etc. I just don't have the time to make that many more sound assets. But the groundwork has been laid, and it's been documented in my modding documents, so if someone wants to take that up in the future, they can. Or if I do, whichever one comes first. Here's another fix. So these guys, if you talked to them before, it would crash the game. All they were missing was some kind of dialogue. So I added that. It won't crash the game. Here's another church. That was one of my first attempts, not my proudest. Let me check what else. What else is on the docket? Oh yeah, some of the Red Dead Redemption music will cut out abruptly during battle. I'm not sure why that was happening. So I have to keep an eye out for that, but I checked each individual file, and they most certainly all have an end. So it's something to do with the flags set for them probably. But I haven't noticed it happen, so it's another one of those things where it's just like it randomly happens now and then. Those are the worst bugs where it's just random. Can't really pinpoint where they come from. Let's see. Looks like that's all the bugs. I addressed them all. Whether they actually work or not is to be seen, but so let me move on to actual changes I wanted to implement. Some quality of life. So I want to add the option to let you release lords when you capture them. Let's see. To find the dialogue that controls that, I think it's, I think they say, I won't dare if you tell them not to escape or something. I don't know, let's capture a lord and see what dialogue there is so that we can search it up in the files. Oh, here we go. Let's help these vigilantes. Huh. Why aren't I getting messages anymore? Did you see that? That's bizarre. Yeah, messages aren't popping up. That means that there are so many popped up that it fell behind in the queue. I wonder if I don't know what's going on. Let's just save and quit though. Let me restart the game. So like if we, yeah, okay, so now they're popping up. Okay, if you try escaping, so let's look that up. Let's start in the more human readable file. Alright, now let's find it in the actual dialogue text file. This is the compiled file, the one that's very difficult to edit because it's all, you know, bunched up with a lot of compiled code here. So I want to change this so that you have the option to say that you want to release them. So the way to do that is we're going to copy that. Let's put it at the top. Actually, no, let's put it underneath. And let's make the options say I'm releasing you. You're free to go. Then let's make a response. So the way it works is this is the identity of the text string that follows from that option. And this is the ID number. So this will skip over to this line here. And its ID is 1290. So at the end of this option here, it will jump over to this line. And then 6 and close window means that it will close the dialog window. So here we'll give this a new identity. Instead of prisoner chat 2, let's call it, and we have to add it to a dialog state, or the dialog state file. Let's call it prisoner lord release. And we added a new line there, so, oh, that's right, you don't have to on this file. But anyway, so the ID of this line here is going to be the same line number minus 1, because the first line in this file is start, and that's not an ID, so it's going to be 1649. So when you say, so now we have two dialog options that have the same ID. It's this one and this one. What that means is they're going to show up as a list of options. But actually, I think you can't do that if there isn't a dialog from the person you're talking to already. So I need to set up the menu, dialog menu, and it's kind of cluttered visually, so let's separate it. White space doesn't mess up the compiler. So let's change this to, this would be prisoner start. That is an interesting question. I'll actually yeah, so what I'll do is I'll actually change the initial dialogue. So this is what your character will say normally. Let's change it to something more neutral. Let's see, what would be something? Oh, whoops, I forgot. There we go. Let's see. Like, you don't want your character to be like, hey, how are you holding up? You know, you don't want to be friendly, but you don't want to, you need to set up some kind of greeting. So how would you greet a prisoner, basically? That's the question. Oh, I know. How about something like, let's just try something like, I've got something to say to you. You there, I've got something to say to you. And then let's have the prisoner lord say something like, I'm thinking of something like they would respond kind of exhausted or apprehensive, you know, but not fearful, because it's not like you can torture imprisoned lords. You there, I've got something to say to you. How about, oh no. What is it? boy, is that too flippant? Oh boy, what is it? Yeah, let's try that. So then you'll have the option to say, if you try escaping, I won't hesitate to pull it in your ass. I won't dare, and that'll quit the thing. Or you can tell them that you're going to release them. Let's make them sound surprised. So, are you serious? Or no, not serious. Are you sincere? Yes. Yes, and then actually forget that. Let's forget the confirmation. Let's just do straight up. If you click on that, then they're free to go. I have to play it in my mind how the interaction is going to go from a written standpoint and from a player gameplay perspective. It would suck to accidentally click that and boom, you lose your lord there. All right, let's try it actually. Let's do the confirmation. Let's have the confirmation be yes. Yes, now. Get out of here. And the I don't know, what's the opposite of confirmation? The declination? I don't know. Yes, get out of here. Let's maybe I'm thinking of making the player have the option to sound like a sadistic jerk or something, but that would mean that if you just did it by accident, you'd have to say that every time. Let's just make it more neutral. So, yes, now get out of here. Or, actually, I've changed my mind. So let's see. You there, I've got something to say to you. So this is the opening. And then they'll say, oh boy, what is it? And then you'll have the options here. If you try escaping, I won't hesitate to put a bullet in your ass. Then they'll say, I won't dare, and it'll close the dialogue. Or it'll go to, or you have the option, I'm releasing you. You're free to go. And then they'll say, are you sincere? And then you can say, yes, now get out of here. Or, actually, I've changed my mind. And let's have them respond to being released with something not exactly grateful. Maybe more like I can't believe it. How do you spell believe again? Isn't it I first? Yeah. It just looks so weird. I can't believe it. I'm tempted to reference the classic Tombstone line. Whoa, cancel that. That was an accident. I can't believe it. Well, actually, I don't want to say I can't believe it. I can hardly believe it. Sounds a little better. Well, bye. I can hardly believe it. Well, bye. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. That'll be like the second line I have written that kind of reference, but this is more overt. So anyway, so that's the dialogue, but I have to do the logic behind it and the syntax. So let's see here. We've got prisoner chat 2. Oh boy, what is it? And then this will not close, and then we'll add 2 more states here. Let's do prisoner threaten, and then prisoner release. Yeah, I do have Lord release already. Well, let's put it down here. And let's specify Lord, because we don't want anyone to think that prisoner release or thread includes the other type of guys. Prisoner Lord release confirm. Prisoner Lord release confirm 2. That will be their response. Prisoner Lord release or decline. Oh wait, that will be release. Let's have them respond to that, actually. Must resist. Okay, we'll leave it at that. So we'll have here, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. And we've got here, this is the normal one, the other normal one. And we've got, how many lines is that? 7. Well, let's just start with this. So if you try escaping, I won't hesitate to pull it. So that's threaten. Let's go ahead and link that here. And this will be the actual line. Let me make sure that this doesn't already exist too. Nope, it's unique. And this is line number 1650 minus 1, so 1649. Oh, and this line here needs to link with these. So we do need another one. Let's do prisoner, what is this? Prisoner chat. Let's do prisoner chat menu. Let's actually put it at the top here. Prisoner chat menu. That's 1649. Okay, I'm going to separate these visually. This is one menu. This is a sub menu. So let's see. 1649 chat menu goes to here. Change that ID there. If you try escaping, and then this is that. So that's threaten. Let's see. Let's do threatened because this is their response. And that is line 1650. And that will close window, and the other is to release them. That's 1651. And this is the response, and that will lead to, this is a submenu, and that will lead to confirm, which is line 1652. Oh wait, I should call this prisoner release menu as well. So are you sincere? Let's change that to menu. Let's double check the IDs here. That's 1652. Leads to here, which is also 1652. And this ID is wrong. This should be 1651. So this will jump to here. And then this will jump to here. And this is the other option. Man, my eyesight's blurry right now. It's making it kind of hard to work. So get out of here. That's one option. This is the other option. Both menus. Okay. And now this option should lead to prisoner release confirm. So actually I don't need that one. This is 1653. Oh, no, we don't need that either. It's just going to close the menu. Oops, that was the wrong line. Oh, that means I do need it. Boy. Okay, 1653. And this doesn't need anything else, so that closes the window. And change my mind. Let's make that close the window as well. So we don't need that line. So we've got a total of 5 new lines. Oh, well, we can look at the total here. 1655 minus 1, so there's 1654 lines. And I forgot the dialog states file doesn't have an index for the number of lines, so I don't need to worry about that. Let's just double check the chain here. So you have this is the lead-in. So I see a problem right there immediately. I've got something to say to you. Goes to this. IDs are correct. I'll say, oh boy, what is it? And that moves to chat menu, 1649. And that's what this should be. So, oh boy, what is it? And that leads to these two options here. And if you choose this one, it'll jump to this one here. And then close the window. If you choose this option, then it will go to this one here. Jump. And this has confirmation here, so we've got the confirmation here with the response here. And then the other option is to decline, in which case the window closes. So that should work. And this is near the bottom of the file, so this file does have an index at the very top that you need to update with the number of lines that you have. But there's white space, so I can't rely on Notepad++'s, internal line count. So what I'm going to do is do a line operation and temporarily get rid of all of the empty lines. So we have just the pure dialog lines now. So there's 3160 in total, minus these two. So that's 3158, I mean. So I need to change that to 1358. I want to keep the line breaks though, because it helps with organization. Save that. Save this, the new ones, double check. Yeah. And let's see if it compiles. Looks like it compiled. Let's, I think it was in this one I captured a guy. Okay, that's good. So we've got the skeleton there. Now we just need to say this is line 3101. Okay, so now we need to come up with the logic to actually perform it. So let's have a think here. What are we going to need? We need to identify the troop ID of the speaker, of the troop being spoken to. And there's a variable for that, actually. Let's see. Did I save it here? Man, I should have saved it into here. Oh, what was it called? It's like something troop talk or something. Troop something or another. That's too broad. Oh, what is that? What is that variable name? Talk troop. Maybe it's talk troop. Talk troop and talk agent. It would be talk troop because it's a lord, so that means it's going to be unique. Wait, it is this ID here is going to limit it to lords, right? Let's check the ID file. Where is that? 4095. It's not going to reflect in here because it's made of a bunch. Oh, right. And this one it should. So it's player anyone. So why is it that you can't? Actually, let me try that. Will it bring up the same dialogue if you talk to a regular troop prisoner? Because the way it's set up, it seems like it would allow that. We don't want that. Let's just take anybody captive.
I hear tell of some rustlers up to no good. You hear what of it?
Okay, yeah, so you can just talk to any prisoner. I wonder what tells the game that to give that dialogue to prisoners though, and not regular troops. We don't want regular troops, that's for sure. We don't want regular... Oh yeah, so there's a condition here for something like is hero or something like that. Maybe in here. Conditional is hero. Here we go. So 1507 troop ID. So we'll do 1507. That'll be a condition. So we need to figure out that variable for the talk agent. I think I found it. Where was that? Here. Talk troop. Let's find what the ID is. So this, let's double check that that's the right one by looking at some lines here. Yeah, that looks like the right one. Okay, so it's got one parameter. And so this is a variable in the game, an internal variable that will keep track of the troop ID that you're talking to. Oh, and I forgot to put these back. I always forget that. I removed them so that I can follow the dialogue chain more easily, by double clicking and following the highlighted stuff, but then I forget to put that back. So anyway, this variable will keep track of who you're talking to, their ID. So we have that ID saved. Now we can do, oh no, we need to save the ID. So, wait, no, it auto, yeah, this should automatically be updated. So this will check if they're a hero troop, then it's going to continue with the dialogue. It's going to display this option here. So now I need another dialogue for the instance where it fails. Although, let me undo my changes. I want to see how the game normally, actually, yeah, it's just straight up if you try escaping, I won't hesitate to put a bullet in your ass. And that goes for every prisoner that you have. So let's just make the fail condition this line here. Or let's just copy the original line. Which is this. These two here. And oh, that reminds me, I need to let me check the settings quickly on the stream here. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. Let me open the window back here. It's getting dark. Some contrasting light is helpful. Okay, so this is the pass condition, or this is the condition line. If it passes, then it moves on. But if it fails, then let's make it do this one instead. That dot one there will indicate kind of in a, it's kind of like a what are those called? I want to say list. Oh man, why am I forgetting the term? But in coding, you know, it's a switch. That's a switch statement. So that's like one of the elements of a switch statement. And you can have a whole bunch. But so if this condition fails, then it's going to jump to the next line, which is this one. And I'll just say, if you try escaping, I won't hesitate to put a bullet in your ass, and then that will jump over to this ID. No, I need to update that. So I don't need that line actually. So if the condition fails, that means it's a regular troop, in which case you'll say this, you'll threaten them, and then it'll jump to this line here, where they will say, I won't dare, and then it'll close the menu. But if they are a lord, then we can go on to manually releasing them. Okay. So I'm thinking, should I add a relationship bonus or whatever for releasing them? But I'm thinking that you already took them captive. So, because instead of capturing them, you could have just released them. And capturing them. What relationship loss do you normally incur from capturing a lord? I don't know. This doesn't keep track of how long you kept him prisoner. Like, they're not going to think more highly of you if you release them after, you know, keeping them in your gang for like in your chain gang for like a month or something. So no, I won't do a relationship bonus, but I will. I do need to release them. Remove them from your things. So let's look for the operation to do that. Let's just look it up. Here we go. Remove prisoner. Removes specified number of prisoners from a party. Stores number of actually removed prisoners in reg 0. Do we actually want... Do we actually want the number to be saved? Oh, this is what I want, I think. Yeah. Yeah, this one right here. It's 1216. It's got two arguments here, the troop ID and the value. Yeah. Troop ID and value. So let's do one here. And the troop value is going to be the same one we had before, which is the speaker ID. And the value, we're releasing one of them. And I think that should do it. So let's try that out. Nope, it's still there. So maybe it's because this only deals with regular troops and not lords. Or maybe it's because the ID isn't explicitly the troop, but rather let's look for examples where that's used and what variables they use. If we can. Looking for operations, not dialogue IDs. See, it's got 2, so let's just do a check for 1216 2. Here we go. Let's see, excellent. Here's your, I'll send some men to take him to our prison with due haste. That sounds right. And this variable is what? Let's see what it's identified as. Prisoner lord to buy. Okay, and how is that set? Here, assign prisoner lord to buy -1. And what is the context here? And then assigns it to this local variable. And if it's more than or equal to 0, then this line here will display. And then something else happens to it. I think that might be a register or something like that, or a slot. And then that assigns this to another register, and then it's used in this script. What's this script? Maybe there's a script to release a lord. That might be one. Calculate ransom for troop. Oh, okay. But that's, let's look through the scripts here. Let's look for lord. Comment, assign, give, no. Okay, let's try prisoner. Parties, add party prisoners, companion, remove all prisoners, prisoner limit, check prisoner can be sold, get prisoner price, randomly make prisoner heroes escape from party. Interesting. That sounds interesting. I could make it display that they escaped, which wouldn't be accurate, but I guess that's a backup in case I can't get it done with operations. Taken prisoner, offer ransom amount, player captured as prisoner. Where is that script? Here. So I'll just keep that in the background in case we need it. So I did 1650. Wait, why did I do 1650? What is that? Well, no wonder it didn't work. Yeah, I didn't even use the opcode. Ay. Okay, let's try it now. Yep, there we go. Okay, so now we can release prisoner lords. Now the question is, will they respawn on the map? Yes, they should, yeah. Just going through the logic in my mind, they should. So that should be done. So let me mark that down on my checklist here. Done. Okay. And then in the change log, let me add that. What is that word? Ransom. Yeah. Okay. And, oh yeah, let me check the next thing to do. So, oh yeah, I wanted to change the toll mission so you can't tab out. I mean, it would be annoying not to be able to, though. Yeah. I'll leave it like that for now. But default looter gangs for the job to take down the looter gangs. That one's super annoying, so let's change that. And that is going to be in here in conversation.text. And let's see, what is the dialogue to get the job? Here we go. Got it, first try. Oh wait, this is for valuable goods. We don't want that one. That one's very rare. Actually, it's not that rare. I have seen it a few times. But this one is going to be really hard to follow in that file, so let's look at it in the human readable module, decompiled module file. That's probably enough. Okay, so now let's follow the logic here. So if the random quest number was dealing with looters, that's the quest name. Let's look at what the ID is so that we can find it in the dialog here in the compiled code. There's 63 matches for that. Well, anyway, I have it here. Now let's find the logic for where it sets up the parties. Try for range, spawn in range. Here we go. Spawn radius variable 2. So between 5 and 14, we want to lower that a lot. Spawn round party. That's fine. Party set flags. Don't know what those flags are. Wait, variable 0, 3, and 7. Quest slot, deal with looters, 10. This might be the number of parties that it spawns. Between 3 and 7. So store random in range, that's after a try end, which is 3-0. Merchant quest looters brief. Here's merchant quest looters brief. Okay, so here's the line. Yeah. So here's the line where the quest is actually set up, like in here. So we need to find, let's see, that's the first try, second try, try end. That's where the logic begins. So let's look for that 3, 0. And here, that's the, no, it's not. Is it this one? Yeah, here it is. So 2136. Store random in range between 3 and 7. So here it is. So this is the number of parties to spawn, I believe. Let's lower that to 2 and let's see. I want to make the parties bigger. Actually, I think you make the parties bigger in the party template itself. Let me check that. Yeah, here it is. But the problem is if I change this, that means the random ones that you find on the on the map just roaming around, they're also going to have the same size, party size, which will make them kind of difficult for starting characters to fight. But well, let's see. Let's try doubling it. So 32 and 48. That's a pretty big party of looters. But you know what? That's fine. That's the point. That's a lot of people, though. Yeah, let's try that. So let's update the party. Where is the party template in here? I don't think I have it open, so let's open that. Okay, there it is. Okay, so let's try that change. And then back in the conversation, where was that number? Here. So between 2 and 7, let's change that to 1 and 3. So you're going to have roughly half the possible number of parties, but each party will be roughly double in size. And that's exactly what I wanted to do. What else is there, though? So we've got the number of parties, and then random in range 5 and 14. Maybe this actually controls the party size. Oh, no, that's the spawn radius. Yeah, we would definitely want to change that too. Because we don't want them spawning super far away from the town. So let's change that as well. 7 and 14. Or is it 5 and 14? 5 and 14, okay. So let's change that to 5 and 7. Let's see what range we get from that. And then let's add another changed log here. Changed default looters job, so they spawn about half as many parties, and then changed looter party template so they spawn with about twice as many troops. I think it's called Destroy Gangs of Looters, right? Okay. And let's give that a try. It's been pretty hard to get those kind of jobs from these sheriffs, so it's gonna take a bit of trying to mostly just get kidnapping quests or troublesome bandits. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt to try and get the right job. Let's just walk around the map and see if we can get it organically. Kidnappings, escort, cowboy stuff. Let me think about temporarily. Let's just see if we can force the quest to always come up as this one. So let's try and trace back to where the quest is given. Dialogue line. stable enough. Okay. That equals this quest here. Then it'll do that thing. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's the quest. Okay. This one right here. So we're going to rig the randomization here so that we always get that one. Do you happen to have a job for me? Here's where it's done. So it's going to be a store within range, I think. Random within range. Or is it this script here? Might be that script, actually. What is this script? Get random quest. Of course. But maybe I can just delete the script call here and instead set this to be let's see, this is between here and here. I think those are the parameters for which I don't remember how this script works. But you pass in this variable, and then that's supposed to spit out a random value, but I don't know what register it saves it to. And then this assigns to whatever this is, this register, so that's probably what gets spat out. So we want to force this register to equal this quest. Like that. I think that should work. Let's try it. Need to refill my water bottle here. Yeah, here we go. So this is the goods version, where the looters will have goods that you need to take and give back. I guess that's good enough to test, so let's try that. Oh wow, that spawn rate is still pretty big. So it spawned 2 of them, and they're pretty big parties, medium-sized, so that's good. But yeah, they spawn pretty far still, I think. Huh. Both these vigilante parties got to them first. Do you fail the quest if somebody else... I think you do. Yeah, because you're supposed to destroy the parties. So if you don't do it, if you don't get to them, then you fail the quest. Let's force him out. I guess let's see. Still working on it? Okay.
Why, hello there, sir.
I can't complete the quest. Yeah, that was another thing. So that looter quest is really messed up. That happened to me when I was playtesting the other day. I wound up completing the quest, but I couldn't actually turn it in because for some reason the quest expected the destroyed looter party count to be higher than what I actually had. And so it was stuck in limbo until over time it failed. So I wanted to change the logic as well. So I want to change it so that if you get, what would it be? It'd be roughly, so you can basically forfeit the job or submit it if you get maybe at least half of the parties that respond. And we have the variable that tracks how many parties it spawn. So we can save that to a more secure variable that I'll have to make. Or maybe I can make up a variable in one of the quest slots. And that will hold the party count. Maybe it is a quest slot. I don't know, but either way, let me try again. Let me try with another place. Or actually, let me quit and start a new game. Make sure it's not some kind of weird baked in save thing. Rule that out. Okay, so we've got... It looks like that party was spawned, but it's not purple. That one, too. Oh wait, they may have been there before. Yeah, they probably were, actually. So it looks like for the quest, only one party spawned. But you see how big these parties are now? 38, 41, 35... Well, so be it. Actually, let me make sure that you can't submit the quest without doing anything. No. Okay. Now let's see if we can actually complete the quest. It's possible that if you join a different party that was attacking the looters, that it won't count as your kill, and thus you won't complete the quest. Okay, maybe needs time to update? No. Not like the Troublesome Bandits quests. So they're just broken then, these quests. Now, why might that be? Let me think here for a minute. Like, I didn't change... Oh, actually, I did. I did change some of the logic of the quest. Oh wait, maybe it's because that was the... Okay, you know what? Let me try again. Sorry about that. Maybe what happened is it's, the quest I did this change to was the one with the goods that you have to recover. And so maybe I wasn't picking up the goods. I need to read the dialogue. I was skipping through it. And make sure that I'm on the same page as the game. Alright, let's see. make their fortunes out of looting. Valuable goods were taken, so yeah. Find looters roaming around. Killer capture. Pay bounty 80 for each you destroy. That doesn't seem to be the one where you have to return stolen goods. Yeah, so maybe internally, maybe there's logic where, I don't know. I thought that to complete the quest, it would be tracking how many parties it spawned, and if you destroyed them all, then then you complete it. But maybe the specific value for how many you have to destroy is explicitly stated rather than dynamically. I don't know.
Time for me to
Let's
try out
just,
my shiny
try to
new
kill him
gun.
again. Nope. Okay, well, that's that. So what would happen if I undid the... Where was that? The line for how many parties spawn. So that's the range, theoretically. And this is the number of parties that are spawned. So it was at 2, 7. And I changed it to 1 and 3. So let's look for that line and redo everything and just change it back to, oops. Wait, what was it again? Is 3 and 7? Was that right? Oh man, I can't remember. My short-term memory is not so good right now. 3 and 7, yeah. Okay. So let's try that. And I'll be right back. I need to put on some lamps in the background because it's getting dark. It's also whoa. Look at all these. That's what makes this quest, by default, such a misery. It's like, imagine having to destroy each and every one of these parties. And they're tiny, so they just scatter off into oblivion. Let's just try with 3. So you shouldn't be able to submit it. Yeah.
said your prayers,
Yeah, so it's still not working. I'm thinking now that it may be to do with the changes I made to the dialogue. I did that off stream. Let me do a whole string of undos here. Where is it? That's the hideout job. That's the duel, so that's from last night, I believe. No, I didn't change anything. Maybe it was yesterday then. Well, let me just keep undoing. Yeah, okay, here. So I did something here. What did I do again? That's some minor dialogue editing. Here I added a function. So what did I add? Or rather, an operation. $15.30. What does that mean again? Add item. Oh, I see. Right, okay. That was just to try and make sure that you get the volcanic rifle after you do one of the main Cottonwood quest steps. Because when I tested it on Saturday, I didn't get the rifle for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. It's also possible that by forcing the quest to spawn whenever you take a job, that I'm doing something that will skip over some important setup. I think that has happened before. So if only I could just get it organically instead of all the kidnapping and cattle drive quests and all that stuff. If only I could get it organically. Because I mean, this variable here is supposed to store whatever comes out into this from this register, which was given by the random quest script. And here, instead of the script, forcibly assigning to it this quest. And so that quest gets passed into this variable, and I don't know what variable this is. So that's the quest. It's passed into here. And then this variable gets the quest passed in. So the quest goes from this register to this variable, from that variable to this variable. So these two variables now have the quest ID in them. And then here, this will assign that other variable the same value, so they get reset to the same quest ID. But on the actual looter's job dialogue line, they don't get called up. I'm not seeing where these variables are being used. Oh, here we go. So this is being assigned that again, and then here, what is this? This is the loader's quest right here. So if 541, forgot what that operation is, but if this variable here, something 03, that's some kind of slot, so maybe this is the quest slot. Slot 0 is 3, then something to do with the range, I think. Try end, wait no, that's 1, 2. Yeah, try end here, or I mean else try. So there's a try block here, try end. Then here's another slot function. I'm not sure what. I'm too lazy to check it. And then that's, I think, try for range. So that's a whole bunch of quest setup junk there. Well, I guess I could look in here. This is much clearer. Let's look at let's just look at the logic for actually completing it. Where's the completion dialog? I think it's something like I've made some progress or something. This is the text. What is it by default? Let's see, what was the quest ID here? So let's just look for where this is showing up. In fact, let's do a check for, or let's just search where it's being checked that that quest is active. So this is with Jacobson with Cottonwood, but we want the generic one. I mean, they both use, okay, here we go. So if it's active and the quest slot 6 is equal to the value of this, or some kind of, let's see what that operation is. So yeah, if slot 6 is equal to this variable here, then it will show this dialog. And what is this variable? And then here's the other one. I've killed some looters. Let's just look for this dialog. Let's look at the more human readable area, file I mean. So if this is active and slot 6, oh, okay. So that's just saying that if the quest is active and you're talking to the troop that gave you the quest, then it'll show this. So what that means is that when I've been testing it, it's not showing this because for some reason either it's not registering the quest as being active, or for some reason the talk troop isn't getting set properly. And we can actually check which one is happening by simply... Oh, it's also possible that, because Wait, no, it was happening with... Never mind. I won't even finish that sentence. So let's just delete that check. So now it'll activate if that quest is active. I mean, excuse me, and I mean that dialogue will pop up if the quest is active. Whoops, looks like let's see, that's one operation. Yeah. I changed this to 1, so that was the operation count. Should be fine. What did I do wrong? Did I change something else without realizing it? What did I change? I didn't change the operation count here. And that's right. I can't forget that I temporarily forced the quest to be. So that's 2793. Let me just make a note of that. And let's go back down here. And let's remove that check here. And see if we get the proper dialogue to show up. I changed it to spawn 5 to 7 parties. Oh, I must have just changed the spawn radius. Yeah, it'll still only spawn 1 to 3 parties. Let's talk to the sheriff again. Okay, so that's working. Okay, so that seems to work. We've got the few party spawn like I wanted, bigger parties so they don't spawn too far away from the town. And it's saying that I beat it even though there's still one left to go. And now I know that's how I set it up for the Jacobson looter quest, part of the Cottonwood story. Because I didn't want you to have to hunt down each and every single one in case you missed one. But no, I need more parties to spawn to make sure that it's not gonna just pass the quest. Oh, actually, it could also be that if you had completed it before, the same job before, that the variables get baked in, they don't get reset. And so every time you start a new job, it's looking at the same variables as before. I mean the same, that the variables don't get reset, so, the values stay the same. So many possibilities, but why wasn't this working? So this is supposed to check that this quest, slot 6, has been assigned to the troop that you're talking to. So what that means is, before I took this out, the troop you're talking to, this isn't being set. So maybe if I change this to 0506, which is to set the slot for a quest. It's one match. Oh, look at that. So this is the Cottonwood version. So only the Cottonwood version actually properly tracks it for some reason. So maybe if I undo all the way back to before I forced the quest to always be given, which was here. Yeah, because this is the script. It'll give you a random quest, and then this register holds the quest ID, puts it into there, and then this variable puts that quest ID into this variable, and then down here, that's the quest ID for the looter's quest that I'm looking at. So it's saying if this variable, because here, how's that getting set? This line here is only if you say that you can't do it, and then you come back and say you do want to do it. But if you don't do that and you just go along with it, then where does it set? Where does it set that variable? Oh, no. I see. It's because this is also holding the quest ID. Yeah, so these both are holding the quest ID. Yeah. So if you go along and don't say that you don't want to do the job, if you continue with it without breaking the dialogue chain, then and you wind up getting this quest ID as the random quest, then it'll check, is it equal to that? If yes, then it will do this dialogue, which will move on to this. And that will check, is that equal to this? Yes. Then I'll do this stuff here. And that's where it sets up stuff. And then this is to offer it. And if you agree, then here it'll do other junk. So maybe here where it says sure does, so that's you accepting the quest, we can add change the slot 6 to the troop giver. So now I wonder if that's going to mess with the Cottonwood quest though. I wonder if I took it out before, a long time ago, to let the Cottonwood quest actually work. I don't know. We're just going to have to try that though. Because the alternative is that you can't even finish the quest at all. Oh, that's right. I removed the thing that forces a quest to show up. That's not going to work. I need that. At least I saved it here. Line 2793. I thought it was 37. Maybe it is 27. Yeah. 2793. Here we go. So this here so yeah, just want to replace there. Okay, so it's been set up theoretically. Yep, there we go.
Everyone!
Now, if I go and tell him, if I go and try and talk to him, I think it will still complete the quest. I don't see why it won't do that. If I say that. No, okay. Alright, cool. So that's working properly. So what happened if I took the same type of job from one guy and then I went to another guy and got the same type of job? And then well, let's just talk to him again. Let's see if that does anything. Nope. So if I destroy these groups here. So, gosh. What hit F3 so it knocked out my character. Oh, that is really bad. Look at that. Oh boy. I've got the urge to raise the terrain there, so that covers that up. Getting distracted, but that is hideous. Oh, this is the cottonwood map. That's why. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Let's make that brush bigger, because this is going to take a while otherwise. Make it raise higher more quickly. And I'll smoothen it afterwards. Don't want to clip through those trees there. Let's try that. Now let's move it. Let's see, does that still block the massive gap there? I think it does. That tree's clipping now. I don't suppose that's an object. Oh, I'll check later. If it's an object, I can delete it. If it's not an object, then I think they're randomly generated, so I don't think I'll be able to remove it manually. Oh, but if they're spawned if they're auto-generated like the grass is, then they should be, next time I enter this scene, they should conform to the terrain, the new terrain. So I think they'll be fine. It may not have even helped that much, because you probably can ride somewhere up here and just look over the edge. Hopefully the boundaries are about here, so you can't just peer over. You'll still see that. But whatever, it's better than it was, I suppose. That's just so egregious, look at that. It's really bad. But let's leave it at that. Okay, so I got those 2 parties, so if I come back here where I didn't make any progress, can I finish the quest? I actually lost track of the one that I already had here. That's interesting. So if I go back here, did this also lose track? Nope. It says I got them all. Huh. Alright, so it kind of works, I guess. There's a little weirdness there. The 2 different jobs merged into one. But looks like it took care of them both. I think it's because normally you're not supposed to be able to take multiple of the same jobs. Like, you're not supposed to be able to take 2 or 3 looter quests at the same time. If you get one type, then the other sheriffs or elders, whatever, they're not supposed to be able to offer you the same job type, because then it, leads to problems. And so that's how it normally takes care of it. Let's do the Cottonwood Sheriff because things are a little different for him.
I just loaded up my gun.
Oh, actually that tail between their legs dialogue option, I think that might... So if I say this, it might jump to a dialogue line that's for the story quest. Let's see. Nope, just closes off. So... let me write that down. I need to add a check to the... add check to... Jacobson... Looters quest forfeit option to check that main story quest is active. Otherwise, leads to a dead end. And now I have to force close it. I guess I'll try and... Actually, no, I'm not going to change anything else yet. Because then I'll forget to change the thing here that forces the random quest to be the looters. I'm going to forget to change that back. So, I'm just going to keep testing. Rack up the errors and then address them. I want to keep testing the Cottonwood Sheriff. Okay, so there's one party there. Actually, I want to make sure that there's more than one party, because I want to make sure that it'll only let you finish the quest if you get all of them, like it's supposed to. So let's try that again. Let's make a save here. Oops, forgot to get my superhuman test character. So how many spawned? One again? Yeah. Let's try again. And we've got how many now? Hard to see with these other parties around. Looks like just one again. Let me wait for these guys to get out of the way. There we go. So 2 parties, okay.
You're a dead man
Let's
walking.
take out lonely. Okay, so it didn't complete it. That's good. Now we get final one.
Off your horses.
And I should be able to complete it, and it should not be going into any of the story quest chains. Yep, awesome, cool. Okay. So the only problem is that you, with him specifically, you have the option to forfeit the quest, and you're not supposed to, because that's for the story one. So I need to... Yeah, so I'll just reset this back to default. So now they're part of the random pool of quests you can get. And let's see, tail between their legs, I think was... Let's look for that. Yeah, here we go. So this should have a check that the main story quest is active. So only if this is active. And what other checks did I have to distinguish the generic looter quest with this story one? Let's see. I don't think I had one. Because this check alone logically isn't going to be enough. You could start the quest and then just wind up getting a generic quest from him, but it's not part of the story quest. And then if you do this and then you do this option, it's going to skip over here and then just advance you in the story, and you don't want that. You don't want that at all. So what did I do to distinguish them? Don't remember. So that this is checking that it's not already active. Let's see, more time to prepare. Ready to take down loot. Okay, let's try here. So this will only display if the looter quest is active. I don't know. Let me look at the more human readable file. Okay, so if the story quest is active and it's on stage 3 and you don't already have a looter quest active, then you can say this dialogue. And then I'll advance to stage 4. So here, this should be if the main story quest is active. Yeah, if that's active and let's look at the, by the way, there's spoilers in this, so if anybody is watching or will watch this, and you watch this stream, you're probably going to see some spoilers in the story quest, so I don't advise watching this at this point. But let me take a peep here at the flowchart. So this is so it'll only allow you to accept it if it's at stage 4. So it should be at stage 4. Let me double check that's the right quest, right? Yeah. Okay, so if the main story quest is active and you're on stage 4, then it'll show this. But if not, then you can have a looter quest and it won't show this, theoretically. Let's change that function operation count to 2 and test if it will compile. Okay. All right, let's jump over to Cottonwood. Let me save again. Oh my goodness, I forgot that. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I have to force the quest to be active again. You see what a pain in the butt it is to mod mount&blade? Let's see what line was that again? Oh, right here, 2793. So this script call right here should change to that. Yeah. So now if I talk to him, he should only have, yep, good. Oh, but he said special deputy. Okay. That's a nitpick. But, yeah. So I think it'll be fine, but I do need to change that line so that's more, so he doesn't refer to you as anything that you may not yet be. 1611, that's here. I suppose. No. Huh. Where is that then? Oh, right. It's if, yeah, it's where is it? Nothing else to report. Where is that line? Where'd it go? And what is the dialogue here? Where I don't even see any. I see a bunch of hops. Oh, it's just a string. Okay. Oh, here we go. Any progress on the looting gangs? Yeah, let's just remove that. Problem solved. Okay. Let me check the changelog. Looter party template says spawn about twice as many troops. Default destroy gangs with looter jobs, so about half as many looter parties spawn, so they spawn closer to the same source. Lord. Yep, it's all accurate. Okay, let me move on to the next check here. Oh yeah, I need to check that the hideout quest completing that at Cottonwood won't advance the Cottonwood story quest. So I need to force the random quest to be the hideout quest, like I did for the looters just now. Oh, so what ID is that? Let's look for hideout here somewhere. Hideout. There. Oh, hideout 2. That's defendant. Here we go. So let's find this quest again, or line 2793. Do you happen to have a job for me? And hideout quest ID is that. So we want this line, but with that value instead. What happens if you talk to him after you take that job? Does it just say offer this the typical? What if I can't? Yeah. Okay. That's not good. So it succeeded, but you can't submit it. That means that I put some checks in earlier for the stream to make sure that you're not, when you complete it, it doesn't complete one of the story quest versions of the same thing. But it looks like I didn't offer an alternative where it's not a story, or it's a generic one. So try getting the same type of job from someone else. Just make sure it's only the Cottonwood sheriff that has that problem. Nope. Can't spit it there either. I wonder if... Ah, boy. This stuff really grinds my gears, man. So... let's see here. Let me think here. So, the hideout. Yeah, I need to check the... Let's see, so the quest ID is this. And... Okay, that's to accept it. And this is Mayor Jacobson. Not sure. It's using the ID for anybody. And that's completing it with Jacobson also. That's for the bandit version. That's still the bandit version. Here we go. Okay. So here's the normal one. So let's look at this text and find it in the human readable file. Decompiled file. Okay, checks here. So is the quest active? Is the slot, is the quest giver the troop that gave it to you? Has it succeeded? Huh. Is it not getting set to succeeded? It should be. Maybe talk troop isn't getting set right because I'm forcing the quest. I mean, yeah. Maybe I need to check the trigger where it... That doesn't make sense, though. It's probably something to do with one of these things. Maybe it's that one again. We can remove that check there. So where is that? 5, 4, 6. This one here. Should I do it at Kotlin? Does it matter? I'm gonna go somewhere else to test it. Okay. So it's been succeeded. Maybe I used the wrong... I didn't even set it up. The wrong operation to check the status of the quest, but I didn't set it up, so it should be using the correct one. Yeah, it worked. And so I guess that means that at the start of the quest... Yeah, it means that at the start of the quest, oh, you know what? Maybe the script does that. Maybe the script that I've been replacing with this actually handles the quest giver ID as well. In fact, let's check that, because I can check that. So it's this script here. Let's find it in the handy dandy. Wow, look at that. 861 operations. Yeah, it's probably handled in there somewhere. So just in this selection alone, let's look for which, let's see. Let's just redo the changes we made. So the slot for this quest right here needs to be this. So we want to check how many times this variable is found in that selection. 0 times. Oh, but wait a minute. Here, what is this? What is this variable? Because I'm thinking maybe that's what's getting passed in. Last offerer. Yeah, so that's the troop ID. Wait, right? Merchant quest, last offerer. It sounds like it. So that's theoretically got the ID of the troop. Let's see, how many times does it show up in the file? Huh, there it's being set to -1. Oh, here it's being set to this. And this is the talk troop variable, isn't it? Yes, it is. So this variable carries that, but that's not being passed into the script either. Well, maybe it doesn't need to. So how many times does this show up in the script? 0 times. Only 2 times in the entire script file, huh? Oh, I see. So it's just setting the last troop ID to give you a mission to -1. But in here, it's being set to the quest giver. And then the quest ID is being passed out into this register here. And this variable. Oh, but this is also the quest giver, the troop you're talking to. That's being passed in. Let's take a look at the human readable form of that script. So this is, where is it? Get random script. So script parameter is going to variable 0. So that's going to contain the ID of the troop that gave you the quest. And then it's getting your level. And then, oh, maybe level is what's preventing my test characters from being able to get the those sort of missions. Yeah, that's probably it. Dang. Oh boy. Alright, well anyway, so this contains the character, the ID. That's getting their faction, storing it to variable 2. And then it's getting in the troop slot 10, putting that into 3. Slot 52, putting that into 4. Assigning variable 5, -1. If this slot 10, if the value of that is more than 0, then get attached to, that's probably the town. Identifying the town. Otherwise, if it's an encountered party, then assign that to encountered party. Begin. If the troop, okay, so this is to handle lords and their random quests they give, or other types, I guess. So now if the troop is between 2 and 2, no, if slot 2 is equal to 2, so I don't know what troop ID that is. Let's take a look. Troop game, temp troop game. I don't know what that means. Well, whatever that means. If it's equal to 2, then check your relation with them and then assign. Oh, so maybe this must be for lords again, because these are lord quests, yeah. But if it's an elder, so if it's a village quest, otherwise if it's a mayor quest, then it's going to assign, I think it's going to check which quest to give between the cattle herd and grain quest. now it's looking through each individual quest and setting up the handling for each of them. I wonder why you don't see these wine quests anymore. If it's between Town 1 and P-Town 1B. Oh, it's probably the 1866 guys probably took it out because they took out the wine and ale items from the game. So troublesome bandits, kidnapped girl, move cattle, horses, hideout. That's not where it's... Well, anyway, I don't see... Oh. I don't see what is being output from the script. Variable 8, set the giver to variable 0, so that's the one that started it. Yeah, so the script does contain this here, and this is setting up. So yeah, I think the problem I'm looking at is just because I've been forcing the quest type to be a certain one and skipping this script, and so it's not. Yeah, I see. Okay, well, yeah, and then it's assigning the giver troop to reg 0. What is reg 0? I don't know that there's a way to see what the regs are in what their code is, their ID. Yeah, I don't know. But regardless, so I think if I just remove if I just don't force them to be a certain quest, then it should be okay. And therefore, when you take the quest and you complete it, you should be able to go to the guy that gave it to you, and you should have the option to complete it. So if I just undo that, then it should be okay. And then I won't need to remove that check. So let's leave that there. Yeah. All right. So in theory, that should be working. What else is there to do here? So the music getting cut out, that I can't just, I don't know how to fix that because none of the files have problems. It's looking like it's okay, so I think I'm ready to do another gameplay playthrough test. Just a normal playthrough. Oh yeah, toll. So I should decide whether to force the toll mission when you enter the town, whether you have to reach the outskirts of the town to be able to get out. If I did that, it'd be annoying. Now, see, the benefit of toll is that what it really is free storage. You can go there and there's a box that you can put crap in. You can take crap out too. It has a compass in it. So it's like free storage, but every time you go there. I wonder though, does the game track if you defeat all the zombies? And then like they don't spawn anymore? Because that would be cool. That'd be like progress, like you take over the town. So what happens if the zombies kill you? Does the character actually lose health? Or do you return to the map without any damage? Let's test all of that. Alright guys, spawn in. Kill me. Come on. Wakey wakey boys. That's it. Give it to me, come on. Oh, is that why you can tab out anytime? Because it doesn't have any handling for if you get downed? Yeah, so if I blocked you from being able to press tab, then you wouldn't be able to quit when you die. Like now, what is my character health at? 61. Yeah, so the health doesn't change permanently, which is good. I think that's fine. But that means that... Well, anyway, let's see what happens if you do kill them all. If the script winds up spawning them again. I'm not seeing any troops, so... It seems that if you leave after you spawned in, they might not show up anymore. Yeah, like I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, do they respawn after a certain amount of time? Oops. I was pressing the wrong combination of buttons.
Or we can just shoot it out of you, if and you prefer that.
Maybe it's because it's on the map, so maybe if I get away from it until it despawns. Alright, it's been a few days now. Let's go back to Toll. Do the zombies come back? Looks like they don't, actually. That's pretty neat. So that means that you can actually clear the town and basically make it your own. That means you can just literally tab out after you fail. So all you gotta do is enter in and then tab out and leave, and boom, you get toll and you get the free storage here. That's kind of cheap. So I wonder how to fix that. It would have to be a check. I have to look into the mission template, see how it's... Yeah, let's just look at the mission template. So let's look at the human readable one. Let's go to toll. Now Let's see. Try for agents. If variable is between set animation. Zombie spawned -10. Before it starts, set it to -10. Let's see. Maybe that's the counter. Maybe that's what checks it. So this will set it to 0. Now if this is more than or equal to 0, then it will add 1 to the spawn count. Oh, okay, so every time you enter in, it sets this variable to -10. And then when you get within a certain distance of a certain prop, maybe the tree trunk in the center of that town, if you get within a certain distance, then it sets that variable to 0. And then if it's more than or equal to 0, then it will add 1 to it. And then we'll set it to variable 1, which is some random number between 0 and 14 based on what is variable 0? That's the player agent number. So it's going to test for the player if they're at entry number variable 1, and that is set to, oh, it's the chest. So if they get close to the chest, then it will trigger the zombie spawn. And then if they're at the entry point, I don't know why it's using the same variable, but whatever that means, then I'll subtract 6. And then if it's between 0 and 14, then it'll set the zombie spawn to whatever that number is. Huh. So it looks like it is supposed to... Oh. Yeah, okay, so I see the trigger here. So each time you join into this mission, it sets it to -10. And once you get close enough to the chest, then it'll set it to 0. And then if it's 0, so you're close enough, then it's going to check. It's going to get a random number, and then I'll set how many zombies to spawn and how many to get up and attack you. And yeah, okay, that's interesting. So I wonder why. I wonder. Total ambience. This is just assigning the stuff for when you press buttons, what sounds to play. Key U. Present player wounded. Start presentation. Okay, I'm just curious what that means. Before I forget, I just want to look. So if you press U, then it'll force the player to be wounded? That's odd. It's not doing anything. Yeah, that's strange. Oh, this is a shotgun, so it's not going to work vertically. Not very well. Actually, it does work pretty well vertically. I think it's just that the reticle and the weapon's barrel don't align. Oh, why did he play the normal... They're playing the normal man death sounds. Yeah, they're not playing the zombie sounds. What gives? What the heck, man? Like, some of them are. But it's inconsistent. Dude, what the heck? This naked guy's fast. This coon hat wearing naked guy. Get some clothes, man. Another naked dude. What's with these hedonists? Oh, is this some kind of nudist colony? Is that why they failed? Because their bodies and delicate parts couldn't handle the desert heat. That's really gross. I'm sorry. Okay. Well. So U does nothing. Let's keep going here. This is to make the blood, and then this is to do something else, I don't remember, and that's it. So the only thing stopping it from resetting the zombie spawn is these variables up here. But it's odd because when you come back to it, it should be setting it back to -10. Before mission start. I wonder when that triggers. I think the header file should tell you that. Let's look at the mission template header file. What was it again? What am I looking for here? TI before mission start. No? This doesn't have trigger information? I guess not. Oh, I wonder where you can see the triggers. Where would that be? I wonder if that's... where would that be? Common? Oh. Here's some registers. But no. Where else could it be? Mission types? No. Triggers. That's probably it. Yeah, here we go. Oh, but this is, generic, used in module items, simple triggers. Oh, okay, so it's probably a simple trigger. So this is, where is it? This is a simple trigger. Let's check. Well, these don't have labels. Let's see if the decompiled simple triggers has anything usable. Where is that? Here. Simulate battle. Well, let's just do a search. TI before mission start. Nope. Well, forget it. Anyway, so whatever that means before mission start, it sets this to -10. And then when it does start, it sets one time, it'll set it to 0. And that's where it's supposed to be repeatable. Because then if that's greater than or equal to 0, then it'll add a bunch. And then it'll try for agents at variable 0, whatever that is. Oh, so the agent's around the player. Maybe is what it's doing. And then if it gets within a certain random number, then it'll make that zombie or that dead agent get up. And that's the end of that. So this variable here will wind up whatever number, a singular number. But then when you come back, it's supposed to be set to -10, so I don't know what's going on here. TI before mission start. I wonder if messing with the menus messed with that. Maybe it depends on the menu. Oh, let's do a web search. I doubt it'll get anything, but it doesn't hurt to see. Mount&blade. Let's do warband. What is trigger before mission start? Before mission start. Their triggers fire in this order. So this is first and then spawn. The scene has been loaded, but the mission hasn't started yet. Called before initialization of all scene objects. So that doesn't sound like it has anything to do with the menu. In fact, this is making me wonder. I wonder if a TI after mission start somewhere in the mission for Cottonwood is causing a bug and causing it to crash. But that would be up in the town initialization. Let me see if there's any after mission start triggers somewhere. 0. And but this file said that there was one. Let's see. Has loaded all up, just been initialized knowledge. TI after mission start. Yeah. So there is no after. But maybe there's a trigger for the mission in the town trigger that's causing problems for Cottonwood. My guess is something to do with the amount of props that are on the map. If it's too many, maybe it'll crash it or something. So there's 5. Set rain 0. Here's another one. El Paso house bot. Timer, bullet timer. Call script CF move scene props underground sprite scene prop dynamite big. Why does every town call this script? What is this for? Timer, bullet timer, timer speed, try for range. Oh, interesting. Trip active, bullet active, tools shop, number of sprite or prop instances, try for range, get instance, trip set slot instance attached to, then call script to move them down. This may be how smoke displays after you shoot something. It literally spawns a prop and then moves it down and then maybe deletes it. That's interesting. Clever. But let's see. Order move to position 43 start. Hold the key 1 second. Change banners in chest. That's probably all of them. So maybe one of these somewhere is causing a problem for Cottonwood. I don't know. But anyway, back to the Zambi land. Wait, where is it? Where'd it go? Here we go. Right, so it's -10. Yeah, I'm not understanding. Maybe it is something to do with the menu. Let's see, where is the toll menu? How did I attach that menu to it? So enter. Let's just look for in the original mod, let's look for the same entry and then just copy paste it temporarily. Mission template, toll, just copy paste this sucker. Hey, wait a minute, that's the mission template. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the menu entry. menus, I don't know if those are baked in. May be able to test it like this. But, yeah, okay, so that's normal game behavior, or the original game. So these guys are supposed to spawn somewhere. And then I can leave any time, come back, and do they come back? It looks like they don't come back. Huh. That's interesting. So even in the original one, in that case, that's kind of making me think that you should be forced, or you should not be able to quit, because that's cheating, you know? And maybe to the template I should add a check if you died. Maybe, I don't know. Let me see if, let's see if it's possible to change the template to make sure that when you come back, it resets the zombie count. So every time you come back, the zombies will be back. Zombie, come back. Don't you ba 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 ba. Oh yeah, maybe on tab press here. Set trigger result to 1. Yeah, let's try that. So tab press, that's going to be, so this is 800. 800 right there. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 triggers after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's tab. Set trigger results. Let's test, make sure that's correct. Yeah, okay. And so there, let's do, what is this zombie spawned variable? Okay, so 1, 1, 1. Set trigger result to 1. So let's do 2133, set this to let's set it to well, let's set it to -10. Actually, let's set it to 0. So if you press tab to leave, then it sets to 0. Or I mean, yeah, if you press tab to leave, then it sets the variable to 0. I don't know if I said that. And what do I got here wrong? It's got 1 variable. That's the variable. This is the next. Oh, I forgot to put the operation count. Very tricksy. These mount&blade modding. Let's start a new game for that change. So there's a zombie there. Let's wake him up. Didn't work. Bloody hell, why didn't it work? This dude, yeah, he always gets up. Well, anyway, if we leave, then we come back. That guy's back, so that's a good sign. That guy's body's there, so that's a good sign. Okay, if he kills me, what happens? I have to tab out, come back, and they're back. Okay. So yeah, that's how... Oh, and that -10 probably controls the look. Yeah. Oh, okay, interesting. So you notice the fog isn't gray, dark and gray. I'm pretty sure that has to do with the trigger up here somewhere. The -10. Here. Because, so this only gets triggered once, it seems. One and done. And that's it. Doesn't come back. So that's what sets it to -10. Oh wait, no. Maybe this trigger right here actually is what's... I'm so confused. Maybe this is... No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. But either way, this allows you to... But that means that you would have to tab out in order to reset the... Actually, that makes sense, right? Because if you tab out and you don't kill all the zombies, then it resets the whole mission. And that will allow you to tab out without having to reach the borders of the scene. So that would save a lot of time. And in that case... So then I would want to have a trigger to offer a successful mission result. Kind of like battles where you have to kill all of your enemies. So I'd want to track how many enemies were spawned, which would be here. And then I guess you'd have to have another trigger that will set the results of the mission. So if you kill all of the zombies, then... So the zombie count is here, and then you'll have a script that will, after this is set, you'll have a check. What operation is that again? What is that operation? What am I looking for? My mind just went blank. What time is it? 10:40. Oh, that explains it. I was just thinking it'd be cool if you could conquer Toll, basically. But then if you want to set the zombies to come back, it'd be cool to have some way to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'd do that. Maybe if you go do a similar thing where it'll make them spawn. If you get close to the chest, maybe do that, but change it to one of those graves instead. So if you get close to a grave, it'll spawn them all over again. Yeah, I don't know. First things first, though. So I want to... what was that? That was a condition, so I couldn't put that after the condition of checking how many enemies are left. What is the name of that operation? Enemies left or something like that? Remaining enemies. Get player agent kill count. Retrieves total number of enemies killed by the player. Call with non-zero parameter to retrieve the total number of knocked down enemies. Oh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, this is what I was looking for. Oh, what is this? Get player retrieves total number of allies killed by the player. Call with non-zero parameter to retrieve. Huh. That's interesting. So there's a thing here. I wonder if I could use that to fix the thing that would allow you to kill your own allies. So there's a trick you can do normally where if you have like a three-way battle, let's say you have two enemies fighting each other and you want to take on one of them that's bigger. Well, a trick is to get them to join them in a battle that they're undertaking and join them as an ally. And then while they're fighting for you or with you, you shoot them in the head as an ally and dwindle their numbers so that you can defeat them when you do attack them as an enemy later. So with this, I wonder if it would be possible to mid-battle set them as enemies against you. There must be, because how else would the town robbery system work? Where the townspeople turn into your enemies. Yeah. So like if you shoot, I don't know, if you wind up shooting like three or four, maybe four allies, then your allied team turns against you. Maybe 5 allies. Oh, and this is killed, so not just being shot. So that's even better. So maybe if you kill 3 allies, then they'll turn against you. That would be cool. Let me write that down. Actually, I'll write it down on my computer instead. Where is that? Let's see here. So the relevant operations would be this and that other one I just looked at. What was it? Was it this one? Yeah. Well, anyway. Look at town, or what is it? Look at operations to set troops hostile. Something like that. Anyhow, so here, if back with the zombies. So if your count is over a certain amount, where is the template? In here. So at the end of this check, no, it would have to be a reoccurring trigger. So which one of these is reoccurring? Maybe this one? Looks like a recurring one. Every second, possibly, I think. So if I put in here a check like if what is it, zombie spawned, till zombie spawned, or if player kill count is more than or equal to till zombie spawned then you would, what would be the result? Then you set some kind of win variable, total win condition to 1. Yeah. And then you have a check up here until zombies spawned. You check, well, this would have to be a try begin block. So try begin. So if that's greater than or equal to 0, and if the, well, what did I call that pseudocode variable until win condition? And if that is equal to 0, then it'll do this stuff. Yeah. So then it'll spawn the zombies. So you can tab out, you can do all that stuff, but the zombies will keep spawning in until you actually kill them all. And then theoretically that means they won't be spawning in anymore. So now I just got to turn that into actual code. So let's try and identify this trigger first. 800. That is right here. So try begin. We need to make a new variable. Let's call it total win condition. Let's add it to our our table here. So now it's ID that. So try if this is equal to 0, or rather, yeah, if it's equal to 0, and this variable is greater than or equal to 0, then end the try. And then do the rest of the stuff. And that's 1, 2, 3 new operations, so the precondition count is 4. All right, yeah, the condition count. And now we have to find this block, which is 0.05. 0.05. So 0.05, the block behind that, 010. Yeah, this one right here. So at the end of the block here, try begin, try end, game key is down. One, two. Why is there a try end here? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't drive with this here. Game key is down. Yeah, that's not the right opcode. Oh, let's see. What is that? 72? Oh. What? Wait, is this all one thing? So opcode 72, 1, 21, and then 4. What does that say? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Oh. Yeah. I don't know, my internet fluctuates up and down. Considering how much is being paid for it, I don't know why it's so crappy. Maybe the time of night as well. But regardless, so this may all be one thing here. So there's four, so there's 4 operations. This is try begin. If the key is 21, then assign to this variable 1 and then end the try. So this is all within one operation. That's weird. So let's just stick it there. So it'll be if, so that's where we need the header operation. 1705. That would be 1706. What? I copied down the wrong opcode. What? Why are there 2 1705s? What the? No, what? Wait. Am I tripping? Like, didn't I just... Oh, that's why I put 1706? Okay. That's strange. Okay, so 1705, destination, get wounded. Let's look at what... Oh, well, we can just use a local variable. I think that'd be fine. So, in here, 1705, and there are there's one argument, or a parameter. And then what's that local variable? 12 here. So this contains the player's kill count now. Right? Yeah. Get their kill count and then do a check. This really should be... Wait, is there a condition block here? So we don't want a condition block. Oh yeah, there is. It's all of this. And then we'll do that. No, we don't want that then. We don't want that trigger. Let's see, what's a different one that we'll keep going through? Maybe this one. But it looks like that one doesn't get called at all. Maybe this one? Yeah, because this is checking. No, that only checks once. TI once. TI once. This doesn't have any conditions. It's every 0.05 seconds. Yeah. So that's a bit often though, a bit too often. Isn't there one that's a little longer? Like every few seconds or something? Here we go. Try for agents. That's for blood. If that's for blood, then every 3 seconds wouldn't do it. So I don't know what this is. Oh, I see. Every 3 seconds it'll check if they're wounded and then do the stuff to process them so they get killed and stuff. Okay, well, it could work there then. Let's add it to here. So we'll have it here if, and that is 300. 300, this one right here. And we're going to put at the end of the trigger, outside of all of the tries. So we'll have it outside that 0, or rather before the 0. Okay, so now we get the player kill count. And so now we need to check is oh, whoops, that's wrong. It's 1701. Yeah. 1701, and then we check greater than or equal to, what opcode is that, 32? Greater than? No, we want greater than or equal to. I mean, I could do equal to, I suppose. All right, we'll just do equal to. So if this variable here is equal to the zombie variable, which is what again? This one right here. Then we want to assign to our new variable this. Oops, not that one. This. We want to assign to that 1. Okay, and then that's 1, 2, 3 new function or operations. So this goes up to 49, and then at the one up here, I already added that though, didn't I? The check, the condition. Where is that? Here we go. Here, 800, 800. If this is 0. Yeah, okay. So theoretically that should work. Let's see. Cool. Got it, first try. Okay, so they've spawned in, that's good. This guy should get up presently. Make him get up. Okay, so if I leave and come back, they should still be there as well. Yeah. Alright, so now... Kill him all. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 enemies?
Off your horses!
Alright, so if I do that, tab out, and come back, then they shouldn't come back. Looks like they came back. Oh yeah, that makes sense because the variable that I'm checking the kill count against, I mean that's changing every time you come back. It's a random range. So I need to change the variable to something like, I don't know. I guess if it's greater than or equal to. But that's not difficult to do. So it's right here. Wait, is that the one? No, that's the wrong one. It's going to be... It's going to be over here. So if this... Oh, wait a minute. No, that should be right. So if this is equal to the zombie count, then it's supposed to trigger... Maybe it's because this is running again. No, it shouldn't be. What that means is that this variable... Or wait, maybe I didn't set the block here correctly. But it's supposed to. It's supposed to be that if this and that, then it'll do this. So if this isn't 0, then it won't do any of this. Oh, it's this one here. I think I got the wrong trigger. I'm so triggered. So 800. Try begin. These 3. Yeah. So let's move all of these back. And let's leave, what was it? This one, that's this variable? No, that's the new one. It's this one. Yeah, greater than or equal to. That's opcode 30. So this should be on the trigger above it, up here, which doesn't even have a condition block. So we want to create one. How do you do that again? It seems like it does have a condition block. Yeah, these are all conditions. Yeah, so if all of these conditions are met, then it'll do that. Yeah, so I actually just need to do simple if this victory condition is also 0. So if it's 0, then it'll spawn them in. If it's not 0, which will get set after you've killed, after your kill count is equal to the number of zombies that spawned in. So that should work. Okay, they spawned in, so that's good. If I leave, come back, they're still there. Now if I kill them all,
Horses!
and leave, and then come back, and they respawned. Oh, maybe. Oh, well, this is only one time. So. But yeah, it doesn't need to be constantly checking. It's supposed to just check if the win condition is equal to 0. So that's supposed to be a one-time trigger. Which means it's something to do with down here, I would think. Here. So if kill count is more than equal to zombie spawn, then win condition is 0. Oh, that may be part of the reason why. So it's because let's walk through it. So it turns to -10 when you start this variable. And then one time it'll check if the victory condition is 0 and do all this other stuff. And it'll set it to 0. And then every 8 seconds or whatever that means, it'll check if that variable is more than or equal to 0. And if it is, so this is the kill counter here, the internal one. So if it's more than or equal to 0, then it's going to add 1 to the spawner. Oh, no, this must be the loop that creates the zombies. So if it's more than or equal to 0, then it's going to add, but that would be an infinite loop. That doesn't make sense. It's going to add 1 to the count, this variable. And it's going to test for the player agent. Going to get their entry number. It's going to remove from that entry number 6, I guess. And then it's going to get a number between 0 and 14, put that into variable 1. And then it's going to check if it's going to check if this is equal to that number. And if it is, then it's going to set the animation to tell them to get up. So this is what controls which of them will get up to fight. But this one spawns men. No, it doesn't. It just starts it up. Oh boy. It's 11 now. 11:20. Gotta stop. Let me have a think here. Maybe both those triggers need this condition. Yeah. Let's try that. So now they both have the condition that the victory win condition needs to be 0. Maybe this does need a proper try block. Try begin. Actually, maybe this one doesn't need it. Or is it? This one right here. So anyway, so if these are both 0, then they'll do the zombie stuff. And they will be turned to 0 if, instead of using zombie spawned, well, I don't know. Let's just try that. Maybe that'll do something. Instead of using zombie spawned, I can just use an actual number, explicitly stated number. Okay, well, they spawned in.
Horses!
Just gonna give it enough time to make sure that that the trigger actually fires. Maybe that 3 actually means 30 seconds or something. I don't know. So if the check is I mean if the yeah, it's not being set correctly. Oh dearie me. So that means down here somewhere it's the trigger that's supposed to be running every 3 seconds supposedly. It's not doing it here. Instead of doing that, let's try, where is the trigger? Instead of doing this number, let's do, let's just do an arbitrary number like, I don't know, 5. So if you kill more than 5, then it should give you the victory condition.
Up your horses! Up your horses!
Oh, I'm stuck. There we go. Okay, well, I'm clearly not understanding how this works, how it's supposed to be spawning in. Where did I change the thing that caused them to spawn in every time you enter toll? Where did I do that? Oh, it was here? 21. Oh, on tab, because that sets it to 0. Right. But why would that cause a problem? Because, I mean, it's supposed to be an arbitrary number. That means that it's not even checking. It's not even checking if the player, it's not checking their kill count, or the operation isn't being used correctly. Because I did 1701, didn't I? Yeah. Not supposed to check total number of enemies killed by the player. Call with non-zero, get wounded parameter to retrieve the total number of knocked down enemies. Maybe it's because being knocked down and killed is different. Oh boy, maybe. If that's the case, all I need to do is make another, just make another check for kill count, but one separately for unconscious enemies, and set that as an OR condition.
Horses!
Let's just make sure that the count is being updated. Nope. So I'm just I'm just not understanding. I'm just not understanding how the zombies responded. Or this just isn't executing here. Or the conditions to check this variable aren't influencing anything. Oh, this is so annoying. -21. -21. So here, when you press tab, it sets to 0, and that's what's allowing them to respawn. So maybe I just need to change this. Change it to 1, move this into the consequence block. Wait, why would that do anything? Why does this do anything? If you press tab, set triggers result to 1. Why does that do anything? What does that mean? I don't know that this is even accomplishing anything. Well, regardless, if you press tab, then it'll set this to 0. But it'll only do that if you press tab and this condition here is also equal to 0. So let's do try block. Okay, so what the hell am I doing wrong? I mean, this should be an AND condition here. Oh, well, it's simple then. That means that this is never being set to 1. So the victory condition is never being found. It's never being set. You know what? Let me read here, bishop template ID, flags. And list of triggers. Is that it? What about these? What does that mean? Well, maybe that's over here in module triggers. Let's see. Check interval, yeah. How frequently will be checked? Delay, time to wait before applying the consequences. rearm interval. Conditions block. Consequences block. Okay. So if we go back to where the victory condition is supposed to be set. Oh, where is that thing? Here it is. So maybe this is, I mean, that means it's supposed to be checked every 3 whatever units, that is, seconds, I suppose. It's supposed to check all of this. And this is a consequence block, though. Maybe maybe I need to well, clearly this needs to move elsewhere. Doesn't work in this block. So that's going to be -3 operations. So let's put this back to 46. And let's just create a new trigger. Let's make one that will run every, I don't know. Well, yeah, every 3 seconds. Let's just make a new one. And let's just make it do this. It'll check. So it'll check your kill count, set that to this variable here. And then if that is more than or equal to 5, then it will assign to this variable 1, which means it should prevent these things from working, to assign the zombie spawn variable to 0. Because that's what they're doing, right? Like, these aren't supposed to be. And I changed the tab button in here, I thought, to take off the count to 0. Where is that trigger? Is that this one? No. It's this one. I thought I deleted that. I set that as a consequence. Right. That's why I thought that. This is a condition, so that's why I thought this must be getting triggered, which means that this never got set to 1. So theoretically now it should. It says 1, 2 conditions. And 1 consequence. Oh, and we added a new trigger. Okay, they're spawning in. Kill count should be a lot more than just 5. Just give it time for the trigger that I made to activate. So it's supposed to be checking your kill count and then setting if it's more than equal to 5, sets that other variable to 1. Then if it's equal to 1, then it won't do the spawn in, and it did the spawn in. Okay, well, I'm thoroughly confused. I'm gonna undo everything I've done so far. Just temporarily. Except for the sound, the ambient sound. I don't want to lose that. Okay. All of that. Because I want to be damn sure that the zombies really aren't respawning. But they weren't before. That's what I don't understand. Like, once you go into Toll, and they spawn in, and then you leave, and then come back, they weren't spawning in again. Okay, spawn in. Leave. Come back. They're not there anymore. So, yeah, I mean, all I want to do is turn the behavior it has already into a switch. Like a switch based on your kill count. That's all I want to do. But it's almost midnight. It's almost midnight. What am I doing wrong? I don't know. I'm just not understanding my critical flaws. I'm not understanding exactly how it is that the zombies are being spawned in. Like that variable and those two triggers. Where are they? So like these 3 triggers, I'm not fully understanding how they work. Like, this only runs once. And it looks like it's supposed to run... That doesn't make sense, because it seems like this is what... It checks your distance from the chest. And... Wait, let's see. Variable 2. Yeah, assigns that to variable 2, position 1, position 2. Position 1 is the player agent position. And gets a distance between that and position 2, which is a prop. Yeah, so it gets a distance between the player and the prop. And then it checks, is that less than or equal to 1000. And I assume all of this is a condition. If it is, then... Wait, no, this is a condition. If it is less than or equal to 1000, then it assigns total zombie spawn to 0. Whereas when it starts, it's at -10. I don't understand. Oh, I see. So this runs once every second, or whatever that unit of time is. But I don't know what the TI once and the third number here means. Where was that? TI once. Check interval. Delay. Rearm. Oh. Wait, what? Rearm. Huh, 24. So this is game time. So maybe this is real life time, seconds, and this is game time, 24 hours. So in game time, it does it once. Or I mean, in real life, it does it once every second. It'll check this constantly. Well, you know, on intervals. But in the game, it'll do it one time. And maybe that's why. But what did I change that still doesn't explain why after the changes I made, even after I got rid of the tab, when you press tab, it sets the variable to 0. Why? Like I didn't change this, so I don't know what this does. Doesn't make sense. But let's assume that yeah, it just checks it once every hour. Or I mean, it checks it once. It checks every second your distance from the chest. And if you are under 1,000 units from it, then it'll set it to 0. Now here, this will check every 8 units. And if this is more than or equal to 0, then it's going to add to that count. So it's going to be a positive number, and then each iteration it's going to go through agents. What is variable 0 at? Try for agents variable 0. I don't know. That's part of the problem. Try for agents. Entry number variable 1. I don't know who or what variable 0 is here in this context. Well, let's look up the operation. Maybe that'll elucidate me. Runs a cycle, iterating all agents on the scene. Optional parameter allows to check agents only within specific radius around certain position. Try for agents. Destination position value. Destination. Oh, okay. So it's setting variable 0 as the holder. So try for agents. And what did it say? Runs all agents on the scene. Okay, so it's going through everybody in the scene, and it does this every 8 seconds, as long as this variable here is more than or equal to 0. So it's going to iterate through one person right now. It's going to get their entry number and put that in variable 1. And then it's going to subtract from that variable 6. And then it's going to check. Well, let me double check that that's a condition. It is a condition. So it's going to check if that variable is between one of these numbers. Okay, so I'm guessing this is about the spawn, the entry point. So if the right, I don't know, but if it's between, I guess if it's entry this or that, then it's going to check if this number is equal to variable 1. And what was variable 1 again? I think that's just arbitrary temporary variable. And then it's going to, and then if it's equal to that, then it's going to set the animation to the troop. So if the agent belongs to an entry from 0 to 14, then it's going to give them this animation of getting up. I don't know. I'm tired. And then if you come back, so maybe all I need to do is here in this trigger before the mission starts. If your kill count, well, no, because then I have to track the kill count still. I don't know, but I'm going to leave it there. I'll think about it overnight. Well, to whoever watched for a time, thanks for joining me. And maybe I'll keep this live up for, I don't know, maybe till the beta release or until I do a new live perhaps, but I don't think I'll keep it on forever. And I'm getting pretty darn close to actually, yeah, I think I'll plan for maybe Friday. Yeah, I'll plan for Friday to do a live stream of version 1.1a, like I did on last Saturday, and it wound up not working. So now that this one actually worked, at least, I'll try to do a playthrough of the quests and track any new bugs I find and stuff like that, like I have been doing. And I'll do that on Friday. I'll try for Friday at 2 p.m. Maybe, yeah, 2 p.m. And I'll probably go until, I don't know, 6 p.m. I'll go for a few hours. So yeah, that's what I'll do. Until then, well, stay cool. Ciao.